améliorer le niveau de vie des populations.
D'accord.
Les acteurs du secteur privé.
Excusez, Monsieur Chairman Touré. S'il vous plaît. Pardon. Parce que maintenant on a retard et tout retard et I'm going to speak in English because my French isn't that good. But Mr. Kimber, if you could please just communicate to Chairman Touré our great appreciation and sorry to have to cut because we are running late that we need to, but we are so grateful. If you could please extend that to him and then to please translate his remarks into the chat for us, that would be very helpful. Mr. Kimber, could you just please relay that to Chairman Touré? Is Kimber? Oh, okay. 1 second, 1 moment, please.
Bien.
Okay.
Merci. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Merci.
Oui. Et...
Okay, we're going to hear, sorry, Ayo, please go ahead.
Yes, and apologies again for the delays. We'll do our best to move this forward. So we are going to have Bill Fanjoy, who's the Managing Director for Domestic Commercial Engagement for Prosper Africa, speak. And he's also going to do a joint presentation with April Redmond, who's the Acting Director for U.S. Department of Commerce, U.S. Commercial Service. Bill?
Thank you, Ayo. And April, I think if you don't mind beginning, take it away.
Thank you, Bill. It's very great to be here today with all of you, with Senator Warner, the Dulles Regional Chamber of Commerce, the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and all of the distinguished speakers today. Very honored to be here. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight for you some local resources you have on behalf of the U.S. Department of Commerce here in Virginia. The U.S. Commercial Service of the U.S. Department of Commerce International Trade Administration, of which I'm a part of, assists and advocates for U.S. businesses in international markets to grow U.S. exports. We utilize our global network of trade professionals in over 100 U.S. cities and over 70 markets overseas. And our offices overseas are located within the U.S. embassies and consulates. Together, we promote U.S. exports, especially among small and medium-sized enterprises, advance and protect U.S. commercial interests overseas, and attract inward investment into the United States. You've heard a little bit today about the amazing opportunities for trade and investment between the United States and Africa, and you may be wondering, how do I take advantage of those opportunities? Tell you that the U.S. Commercial Service of the U.S. Department of Commerce has 2 offices locally here in Virginia for you to utilize. We have an office in Arlington and an office in Richmond, made up of trade specialists, international trade specialists that can work with you in your business to help you grow and help you expand and grow your international sales into Africa. Our team here in Virginia works hand in glove with our U.S. embassies and consulates overseas to help you identify the best markets for your products and services worldwide and in Africa in particular, help you understand the local trade regulations and requirements, and identify potential partners, agents, distributors, and representatives, as well as end users in those African markets. We offer a range of export assistance services to help you succeed. And we work locally with our state partners at BEDP and our federal agencies and local trade partners to help you expand and export. I would encourage all of you to reach out to me individually. My email address is on the background behind me, april.redmond, and I'll be happy to get in touch with my team and get you started so that we can learn more about your business and help you export to Africa. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Bill Fanjoy, Managing Director Commercial Engagement at Prosper Africa, so he can talk to you a little bit about Prosper Africa Initiative. Bill?
Thank you, April. And thank you also to Senator Warner's office and Deputy Assistant Secretary Cook for her leadership with Prosper Africa and the Dulles Regional Chamber, and most importantly, all of you for participating in today's event. Prosper Africa was created to help both African and US companies harness two-way trade and investment opportunities. Trade and investment from the US to Africa, as well as from Africa to the United States, a mutual opportunity relationship. The initiative makes it easier than ever before for companies to access a new and improved suite of US government tools, such as our usual resources that April was describing, such as matchmaking and due diligence through the commercial service, financing through EXIM and DFC, advisory services through the UZX, that's April's office, and MBDA centers, but now also includes less utilized partners, such as market research and innovation funding through USAID or early intelligence through investment collaboration. We're also adding new tools all the time to ensure that we're delivering an enhanced package of services tailored to private sector needs. For example, we're currently piloting the Prosper Africa Virtual Deal Room, VDR, where US firms can gain actionable information on investment leads curated by on-the-ground experts across Africa. Please simply go to our website, prosperafrica.dfc.gov, and right there you'll see all the USG services and resources. In particular, and for a moment to get into the weeds, I never send a US client to Africa without an XM letter of interest. It tells your competition USG is backing you. XM export credit insurance, US TDA training grant to enhance your offer and offset state-supported competition, or a review of DFC private sector financing support, a review of MCC compacts and contracts. Did you know that when US companies bid on these contracts, they win them 70% of the time? That's a big step. And less traditional trade resources through agencies, as I mentioned, such as USAID with its enormous on-the-ground presence in Africa, or unknowns such as NIH here in Bethesda, Maryland. For example, USAID provides financing through Development Innovation Ventures Fund, DIV, tranches of seed financing for innovative market entry projects, up to $5 million over 5 years. An example is a small US diaspora-owned solar panel company that I worked with that accessed DIV to install solar panels in a system in schools in Ghana. They received $200,000 to test their solutions feasibility in Africa and to understand user interest, willingness to pay, impact, and financial viability. Stage 2 of the funds tests and strengthens a solutions delivery model, and stage 3 supports partnerships to scale the innovations. Other examples are USAID's ISO certification support for health labs, or even NIH's grants for research hubs, ELSI research, and open data science platforms. To conclude, let me say that our interagency teams here in DC or at your local US Export Assistance Center with April or across the United States and at US embassies across Africa are standing by and working together to help advance new business opportunities with a whole of government support package. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much, April and Bill. Really appreciate it. And thanks for leaving your information so we can, folks can contact you. And finally, we're going to have Judd Devermont, who's also is organizations, they're a good partner of Prosper Africa. And Judd is the director of the Africa program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. And prior to joining CICE, he served as the National Intelligence Officer for Africa from 2015 to 2018. In this position, he led the U.S. intelligence community's analytic efforts in sub-Saharan Africa, on sub-Saharan African issues, and served as the DNI's personal representative at interagency policy meetings. Thanks for being here, Judd.
Oh, thanks so much. And thanks to Dulles Regional Chamber of Commerce for this incredible event. I want to focus my comments on reframing the business pitch. Increasing two-way trade between the United States and sub-Saharan Africa has been the priority of the US government for 60 years. Literally, Vice President Nixon wrote a letter to President Eisenhower saying, how do we get more private American capital in sub-Saharan Africa? And there's been a number of programs that are exceptional to drive towards this objective. We've talked about a lot of them today: AGOA, MCC, Power Africa, and Prosper Africa. But let's be frank, we're still at a place where US trade with Africa is less than 1% of all US trade in goods globally. So there's probably a lot of reasons for that. I think one of them has to do with the fact that our media, the US media, is endlessly negative about Africa. Study by USC said that Africa rarely appears on television, and when it does, it's generally negative. I think sometimes the proponents of investment are maybe a little too unconvincing. They're too bullish sometimes, as if transactions and deal making is easy. They're sometimes unrelatable, as if all the opportunities in Africa are extractive industries or global logistics firms. And I think sometimes they're a little too fixated on impact investing, right? As if making money is a secondary concern. And the reality is many companies have other opportunities at home or in other emerging markets like Latin America, South Asia, Southeast Asia. An investor doesn't have an infinite capital. They've got to make choices. But I think there's some real tangible, concrete ways that we can change that. So first is exactly what we're doing today: storytelling, trying to tell better stories about Africa, trying to think about what engagements with small and medium-sized US companies will make the difference at the state level and at the municipal level. There's a lot of work to do. I think we can do a lot of research on what are the stories and statistics and images that will really resonate with certain companies. I think it's incredibly important, as this event has showed, why tapping credible voices, particularly the diaspora, as Senator Warner said, is so essential. These are credible voices that succeed in Africa and are relatable to other investors. I think second is a focus on sectors. Talking about investment in Africa or even specific countries is not efficient. We've got to talk about what are the places where American capital and know-how and experience and expertise can really work. And I think those are agribusiness, energy, entertainment, finance, healthcare, services, and technology. A lot of those are Virginia specialties. So I think that's a good news story. I think we should be doing more about talking honestly about some of the challenges in the enabling environment. And I don't mean that to denigrate the African market. It's a reality globally that different markets have challenges. And there's a lot we could do as a government and as a community, as a group of investors, to think about how do we improve the enabling environments. And I think doing that gets the message out that there are improvements and that opportunities exist. And finally, I think a number of folks have already said this today, but matchmaking. How can the US government, as Bill sort of mentioned, bring together African and US private sectors, African and US cities, and then even team up with non-US, non-African firms that are doing really well in sub-Saharan Africa. We heard at the very beginning of today's event that this is exactly what Northern Virginia is doing. I think there's an opportunity really here to leverage unique talents and expertise to advance US trade and investment priorities. And I think this is already happening with Power and Prosper Africa. And so I think that's a really good start. Let me just conclude with a statement of Secretary of State Blinken, which I really liked, which is we have to make sure that we have to ask ourselves, how is this going to benefit our fellow Americans? And I think trade and investment is one way that we show that our foreign policy in Africa does improve the lives of Americans as much as it improves the lives of Africans. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Jed.
Sorry about that. I'm back on. Just gonna say thank you so much for everyone for being on. We apologize for being over, and thanks for staying engaged. We really appreciate that. And we were hoping to take some questions, but I think what we'll do is we'll direct it. And Shonda just dropped our email in the chat room. Please, if you have any questions, drop it in there, and we'll do our best to get back to you. And thank you all for all the attendees, and we really appreciate your participation. And also thanks to all the panelists for providing such rich information and very useful information. We look forward to continuing this dialogue. Thank you so much. And Joe, do you have any final words?
No, I just want to thank everybody for being here and thank, as you're seeing all of our sponsors, thank all of our sponsors and all of our panelists, and what a great event. So everybody have a great rest of your Monday.
Thank you. And we'll put the recording on our website. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll let everybody know once the recording's up.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Zena, did you get all the questions?
All right, so now, in the interest of time, and because I understand from Wanjira that the server may not come back within the time that we have, which is only 15 minutes. So in order to maximize on the use of the 15 minutes, we're thinking let's move to the next topic, which is really the subject of the next session when we meet. And that's to do with the e-portfolio. So this doesn't need the internet. So you can say this is our plan D. We're already on plan D. Or is it F? All right, so this is our plan F. But let's use our plan F to make use of the 15 minutes prior to lunch. I think lunch is at 1. Okay. Asai reminds me the lunch break is at 1. So we can go through what is an e-portfolio to understand about e-portfolios. And of course, we'll invite you to interrupt and discuss, ask questions as we go, so that it becomes more discussive and less of a lecture. Right, so the next session is going to be concerned now with creating an e-portfolio. And e-portfolios are ways of documenting information in a way that makes sense to us. Now, in today's world, we don't use business cards or brochures or pamphlets or catalogs the way we used to in the past. Even CVs are becoming a bit redundant. E-portfolios are the way to go, in part because of the distribution, you can say, benefits that it comes with. We can easily distribute an e-portfolio. The other thing is that we can easily upgrade and maintain an e-portfolio. It's very difficult to maintain. Even a CV is a challenge, but let's talk of a pamphlet or a brochure that you're giving out. So how can we then produce e-portfolios as professionals? So let's look at what an e-portfolio entails. Here's a definition for an e-portfolio. An e-portfolio, or let's say a portfolio, not even an e-portfolio, but a portfolio in principle was defined by Paulson and Paulson this way. A portfolio is the story of knowing about things, knowing about oneself, knowing an audience. Portfolios are an individual's own story of what they know and what they believe, and that they believe that they know it. So, in essence, if you create a portfolio, according to this definition, it must be targeted to an audience. It's not for you. The issue of the target audience comes into play. So you can have on yourself different types of portfolios because they target different demographics. This is one of the core things about a portfolio. All right? And it's a story. So oftentimes, when they say it's a story, they're trying to bring into play the issue of a timeline. That a portfolio is not an instance or a snapshot of time, really. It tries to show some sort of time context, some history that has evolved to where you are now. So it depends on the type of portfolio you're producing, but you have to consider the time scales and you have to consider the target audience if you want it to be a portfolio, especially a professional portfolio. So a portfolio is opinion backed by facts. Now, this comes to the core of why you're doing this. Oftentimes we make claims that I know this, I know that, I did this, I'm qualified there, I'm qualified here. So this one provides the evidence. The portfolio, for example, for a researcher may have links or backlinks to papers or journalistic papers, and in fact in the journals where they were published. So on a CV, you may make the claim, but on a portfolio, you will actually give a backlink, especially if it's an e-portfolio, so someone can see, oh, this is where it is. That kind of thing. So the evidence-driven claims or evidence-backed claims is really what we're talking about here. So this presentation is in session 3 in the system, but right now the system's down, so that's a redundant statement. So here, portfolios provide evidence of what an individual knows as samples of their work. So this is one of the key issues behind making a portfolio or an e-portfolio. So what is an e-portfolio then? It tells a digital story. An e-portfolio or electronic portfolio is a collection of digital artifacts articulating learning, both formal and informal, experiences and achievements over time. It's a definition by Beetham in 2005. So what do we mean by digital artifacts? Essentially, it is the various components that make up what you see on an e-portfolio. So it can be text, it can be a body of text, but it can be images, it can be video, it can be animations, but it's up to you what you decide you want to show. But they're visual representations of the evidence of any claim that you're making. So text can be with images and in the form of, let's say, a paper or a book chapter or a book. You see, that document becomes what we call an artifact. So the idea is, in your e-portfolio, is to look at it as artifacts that you are collecting to showcase to your target audience. Always, your target audience are key. It's not just for anyone, usually it's for your targeted audience. So what is an artifact? Examples of that: papers, publications, books. Projects of significance. So what would constitute your project? You see, it could be a body of text, some photos, as well as some videos. Some of those videos are in the form of testimonials. But it's up to you how you decide you're going to, what artifacts you're choosing and how you're going to represent them. Evaluations from assignments or projects. So this can be reports. It can be some sort of, third-party document that verifies that your project claims are what they are. recognitions and awards, like certifications. So your e-portfolio can provide evidence of that, whereas a CV may not necessarily. You have to attach them. But you can actually have recognitions and awards on a e-portfolio. Reflections and methods and pedagogies. So we talked about a timeline and we talked about stories. So when you're doing a portfolio, oftentimes you want to have a page which you devote to your story. How the information that you're showing emerged. For example, if it's a professional portfolio, you want to be able to talk about historically, I worked here and I produced all this. I worked in another place later on, let's say in 2005, I produced all this. 2010, I worked from 2010 to 12, I did all this. So you provide that sort of evidence, but you also want to back it with reflections, with methods, with pedagogies, with explanations that help people to understand what you're showing them. This is important to the people who are interested in your work, right? In other words, don't just put a picture there and people have to now interpret the picture. Yes, have a caption which is labeled and explains what this picture is in context of what you want to show them. Okay, so that kind of relevance is key. Stories or journal entries, we've discussed that. Photos, images, audio, and video clips. So audio is part of it. And a product, artwork, visualization, or any documented result. So when you produce a paper or you produce a book, this is a documented result. It's the end, it's a body of work, right? But you could also have something you've recorded, like a documentary, or it could be a short film that explains something. It could be a product you have made, an artwork, or even a visualization, some sort of chart or diagram. So these things also constitute part of your e-portfolio. In fact, they're quite useful. So you want to showcase them as well, all right? So these are the artifacts, and they're obviously digital in nature. So what does a portfolio contain? It contains your philosophy, goals, concepts, and ideas. And this is one of the things we need to understand, that when you produce a portfolio, whether it's professional, or it's for learning, or it's for teaching, or it's institutional, whether it's any of these, you need to have a philosophy that informs it. And anyone who reads it should have a sense of that philosophy. They should also have a sense of your goals, your concepts, and your ideas. They should have a sense of you in that context within which you're communicating. If they read it and they don't have this sense, then you have not really communicated. Yes, it's very targeted, and the issue of goals and philosophies, these are top level for the person who's looking at what you're showing them. It should have proof of concept. In other words, evidence backing your claims. So if you said I worked on a project, then the evidence should be provided. Sometimes in photos or videos which are captioned. Sometimes in explanations which wrap themselves around what you are showing. But this kind of relationship is key. So anything you show is driven by the fact that it is evidence of any claim that you are making. If you have a qualification, then of course you want to show the certification. Or if you are saying that you have publications you have produced, then you show the evidence by linking or showing the document. Artifacts, of course, we discussed that. Self-reflection and self-assessment for self-evaluation. Now, this one in particular is important for students. E-portfolios can be useful learning tools. They don't necessarily have to communicate anything else, but to a student, it can be a way of learning. In which case, self-reflection, self-assessment, and self-evaluation are key. Because as you record and document your learning path, you reach a point where you want to reflect over what has happened. And when you do this, you have new insights, and that helps you to make decisions going forward and make choices. So using it as a learning tool, this particular point on self-reflection and self-assessment is very important. So what do e-portfolios contain? Writing samples, we've discussed this one. Essays, publications, journals, photos, slideshows, videos, and multimedia interactive content. So I didn't discuss much about interactive content, but these days you can have interactive information like games or anything that requires instant feedback. You click on a quiz, you make some choices, you send, and you get instant feedback. You can also include these kind of artifacts within your e-portfolio. Research projects and links to resumes, blogs, websites, or other online content, which is relevant. So why use it in the first place? To document and organize work, obviously. To reflect and espouse your thoughts, especially when you're using it as a learning portfolio. To showcase, to convey visual messages. Now, showcasing simply means you're displaying your evidence of your proof of concept. Everything that you're claiming. That's what we mean by showcasing. You're providing the proof of concept. To share and distribute work. So your target audience needs to receive it. And when they receive it, they may want to share it with others. So this issue of sharing is at the heart of why e-portfolios in particular are actually important, more than portfolios, which are offline. E-portfolios are very distributable. And then to assess work for purposes of assessing. So a teacher in particular, a lecturer, would be interested in using an e-portfolio for assessment. So students, for example, can compile their entire course according to milestones that were set during the course. And at the end, the lecturer can use those milestones, which are time-based, to assess the student's work. So using it as an assessment tool for lecturers is very useful. And some methods of assessment are actually mandating using an e-portfolio, like a project, for example. If a student is doing a project, then it makes sense to use an e-portfolio methodology for purposes of assessment. Okay? We have some examples. Now, unfortunately, because the system is down, it's not possible for us to... Let me see if we can view it from here. I'll click on the first one just to show you an example of an e-portfolio. If the internet is up, we'll get to see that. The internet's working. Okay, so this is an example. That's an example of an e-portfolio by a lecturer. Now, in this example, she's only used or limited herself to one type of artifact, which is text. But she has quite a lot of it. You can see the links. The links provide, you can argue, a different artifact, because you can go to other websites where you can see her papers, her conference proceedings, and different things she's developed as well. She has their Google sites have developed, storytelling, e-portfolios. So you can actually see a lot more of her work from here, but she's limited herself to only text in this one. But this is an example of an e-portfolio with text. It has enough documentations. This one here are downloads to PDFs. So you can also provide direct links for downloading. We'll see how to do this in the next session. So this is a lecture, and this is not bad. If you go to the top, you find she has different categories here. Workshop sessions, conferences, online videos she has over here. But again, even if you click on online videos, she provides the links to where you find these videos. So people have different styles. This is one style for podcasts and the rest, using links. Okay? So it gives some idea. One thing I would say is I don't see any reflections or any of that here on this example. She's very direct. But we can look at a different one. You have different styles. Just to show another one. These are teachers. This one in particular is a teacher of high school, I think. So she has an e-portfolio and makes use of images. So this is her home page. And she has a menu, which is like a table of contents, to access the other information. So we can see what she wants to showcase. This one, I think, is a slideshow. If I click on the buttons on the side, it shows us different things. There's a video there. More images there. So this approach is a bit different. But she has explanations to reinforce her work so that you can actually understand it a little bit better by reading around it. So it contrasts to the one we've just seen. And even if I click on research over here, it shows this. Needs assessment. It shows that. Okay, so it's a different style. Okay? The idea is to have this as a way of targeting whoever you're targeting. Now, this is another one. We had 3. So this one, you can see, has chosen to have a home page without any image. But there is an extensive summary down here on what she wants to talk to her audience about. Okay? Yeah. So this should make sense to her audience. She's got knockdown menus here. And about me, so she has something on her over here. And she's limited it to one photo, but the story is there. You can see a CV down there. Okay, it gives you an idea. The more serious you take the page, the more seriously you put it together, the more seriously your audience also takes you. Yeah, because you can imagine reading a page, even they've not even run a spell check, but they want you to read it. You know, things like that. Okay, so it gives you a sense, and she's got her titles. So this is acceptable. She's titled every page. She's also has subtitles to break sections in her work. Okay, but she doesn't have much by way of links. So in some ways, this is not ideal, because you need to provide evidence of things that you're saying you have done. Normally, they're provided through links or by just showing them here directly. I don't see much of that. All right, so there are strengths and weaknesses in these portfolios. So let's see the process, and this is what we're going to cover next. That's the time, huh? It was almost time.
Yes, you have time for questions.
Oh, yeah.
Then
Okay.
we can pick up from here.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
so yes, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Okay. Fair enough.
Question time.
All right, so Isaiah is reminding me that I need to start wrapping up. So let's look at how to design an e-portfolio. There are 4 stages. We have the title page. It's very key. You must have a title. A table of contents, which is usually in an e-portfolio the menu, the main menu that you use to browse. Information pages, that's where you put your content. And then you have your closing page, but essentially it's where you put your contacts. Okay, so that's just these 4 stages that are key and make up a good e-portfolio. All right? Okay, so the last one is the process, the development process. So we're saying we first of all define our goals and philosophies. This is what we do in the beginning. The second, we select now the artifacts that we want to use. So selection in itself can be a monster, especially when you have a lot of work. Okay, so selecting them, you need to give time to. Then design this display area. The display area is also key. And then you organize your artifacts into the containers within your display area where you want them to go. You do that. And finally, you package it for distribution. And this is usually facilitated by the software that you're using. Questions? Do we have questions on this? Anything you want to ask? Yes.
How do you get people to look at your e-portfolio? As soon as they write your name, search, it takes them there.
All right, so Kwame is asking, how do people get to find your e-portfolio? So we'll discuss it as we're actually creating it, but what we do, we have a place for keywords that the search engines use to find your work. So we ask you to put in the keywords. It's a process we call search engine optimization, so that your e-portfolio, which is a website, is optimized to search engines, and they can now use those keywords to find you and prioritize you. And your name can be one of the keywords. Yes. Yes, question. Yes.
Yeah, my question is the hosting for data.
Yeah.
That's the e-portfolio, and it has to do with Google. So if Google decides, say, I'm going to shut down Africa, and there's no, how can we access the portfolio?
Let me see if I understood his question. So he seems to be asking about the issue of privacy and even access to your information. Google right now is giving us 15 gigabytes for free to create these e-portfolios. But when they see a lot of usage, then they can decide that, oh, Africa has to start paying. So in order now for you to access, you have to pay a fee. And then suddenly Africans are locked out of these e-portfolios. So he's asking questions about these kind of sensitive issues to do with access and privacy. I don't know if my colleagues want to answer on this. Michael, I know you had some ideas on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Michael, you begin with
the issues of privacy, you need to the declaration of that. Certain things you will do and not do, and certain information you will access or not access. But when it comes to moving from your person to the institution, you need to get the institution. I mean, you need to get the institution to provide a bigger space for all of you to operate. So for now, people will even access your Gmail. I mean, your Google site or your portfolio, but they will do that up to a certain limit. When you hit too much, certainly there will be private. These are CASA course. Doesn't matter whether it is Europe or Africa, they will always give you 15 GB.
5 plus
After
1.
15 GB of storage, you will need some sponsorship to get to the big picture.
Okay. These questions have come up often, and like someone said, there is no free lunch anywhere. It's something that if you want to use Google, you have to bear with. Your information, that is why they have, before you sign in, you have to agree to their contract and the fact that they will be sharing some of your information with others, okay? So, as much as Google is giving you all this for free, okay, they are also making money out of it. All your information is going there. That is why anytime we are facilitating workshops using these free resources, there is this caution about how to use it and use it effectively. If you are using it for teaching, how do you use it effectively for teaching? If you are using it for private activities, and there are some information that you don't want distributed out there, what do you do? There are some restrictions, restriction options that are offered to you. That when there are some of the things you can make public, and others you can keep it to only the people that you want them to have access to. So we have that. But coming to the question as if Google should decide to shut down access of Google Docs in Africa or everywhere, what happens to my data with them? For that one, I don't have the answer. It's just that you can't access it, if that should happen. But I can't foresee that happening now because there are a lot of legal issues involved. And we can sue Google if they should hold. Yes, here in Africa, we don't have that courage of doing that. But if they should come up in Europe or in Americas or somewhere, European Union, sorry, is it Germany or one of the countries recently? France. Yes, sued France, sued Google heavily.
Tax them.
You see, and they taxed them heavily because they felt that they are making more money out of it. But you see, the safety net for us is that we are using it for educational purposes. Okay? So once you are using it for educational purposes, I don't think we should worry much about it. Though I'm not saying you shouldn't worry, but you are not to worry much about it. We are using it to educate, we are using it to transfer knowledge. Yeah, so Mwanjira may have something to add because she's in that space.
Yeah, I think you've covered it well. The issue of, and this will always be real issues. We do have to be very cautious about what we put online as personal information. So those are some of the things we advise you. So if you don't want it outside, then don't put it. But if you think of the amount of information on the web, most of it, depending on how you craft it, you should be fairly secure. So don't put personal numbers and things like that.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that when we design the input forms. But one thing I want to remind you for the next time we meet, just like we saw with the limitations of what you can do. I mean, the mobile phone is
so that we can cover these
helps us bypassing things.
Okay.
But when
So
we're
you remember that,
developing
then we can
product
discuss in our
features
meetings.
and portfolio, try and come with a laptop. It doesn't work well. Google sites will not work well for creating, for the authoring part. When you're trying to
Please
use a
attention,
tablet
because she's making a
or-
very important
Yeah.
point here.
Yeah, a tablet or a phone,
Which I left
you
out.
can view it, but it will be very difficult for you to craft that. So if you don't have a laptop, maybe see if you can borrow one for that session. And then that way you'll at least be able to create the structure and then continue working But for viewing it will be okay.
Yeah.
It's just for the authoring. You will need to have a laptop.
Okay, these are good ideas and good, important information. I wanted to just add one thing, that one way of approaching these kind of problems, for example, what Mohammed has raised, is that it happened with academia.edu. Academia.edu is a journal. It was free, open source, until they put up a paywall. But the paywall really, and maybe some of us are familiar with this, the paywall now wants you to subscribe in order for you to even access your own. So Google can also put up a paywall. I mean, they're in business, so they can do it, and it's within their legal rights to do this kind of thing for you now to access. So what happens to the Africans who are depending on so much on Google? My own personal attitude is that we're only using Google right now to learn. And once you learn, the skills we are teaching are fairly generic. We would want us to have an attitude of migrating to other open source, website creation tools. And once you have the basic skill and you see the fundamental advantage, keep learning until you settle on one that makes sense. Because if we were to all say we should all devote, I wouldn't come to sell you Google because, Google are here to make business. So let's keep keeping, as Africans, an attitude of learning all the time until we find that we can use this open source product with this other open source product and possibly even an African product, which now doesn't put us in a situation where we are held at ransom. I think this is how we do it. So at this moment we are disadvantaged, so we say, okay, we'll use whatever is there, but down the road we'll not forever be in that position. So once we have knowledge, we can now say we will choose to use the one that makes sense. So it is really a journey. Yeah. We want to go for lunch, I believe.
Yes. So want to say a very big thank you for coming to this session. We are going to continue from here when we meet again next week.
So today is the 6th day of the pedagogical leadership training, and that is the Western Hub training happening here at Alisa Hotel, hosted by the University of Ghana. And PEDAL is brought to you by PASGA, and those of us who don't know PASGA is Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, and we are still taking feedback and update from our facilitators and participants, and we are privileged to be speaking to Professor Sechi Dawson, and she is one of the facilitators for innovative assessment, and we want to have a few conversation and some take home from Professor Sechi Dawson. Prof, welcome to AU Television.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be with you.
Great. So, Prof, we met in Ibadan some few months ago, somewhere around May, and we took some update from you. And then from Ibadan, we went to Mombasa, and here finally we are in Accra, Ghana, doing the Western Hub training. What do you make of the journey so far?
So far, I can say that it's been an exciting journey as you see more and more people getting on board and getting very excited about the fact that they have been given a chance to learn and to improve upon their teaching and learning skills. And I think this is really innovative. This is something that must be cascaded right across, maybe let's talk about Ghana, right across all the universities in Ghana. And I'm happy to say that for this one, we have quite a number of universities from Ghana participating in addition to the University of Ghana. So it's been an exciting journey, and it's something that we didn't anticipate would have this amount of traction. Yeah.
So I enjoyed your session, and that is innovative assessment right from Ibadan and then in Accra as well. But then for the sake of our viewers who may not have gotten the opportunity to know or learn a bit about it, can you just give us a bit of maybe synopsis of your presentation?
Okay. The innovative assessment, basically our focus is more on what we call the formative assessment, where you are assessing students for their learning, to help them learn. And so formative assessment is not always about grading, it's not always about giving them marks, but it's about giving them constructive feedback.
Okay.
So that
paper, pencil, test,
not always, okay. Yes, it could be many ways, but it's not always paper, pencil, assignments that you give them, questioning them in class, letting them make presentations in class, where you can give them a feedback to improve upon their learning. And that is where our emphasis is, because we are looking at how can we get our graduates to own their learning, to be more self-assertive and all of that. And part of the ways we can achieve that is also through the way we assess them. And we have actually noticed, when we start the program, we always realize that when we ask questions from lecturers about what assessments are, their mind quickly goes to grading tests. But by the end of the session, they have got their aha moments and realized, oh, really? So all the assignments that I give them, or asking them questions in class, or getting them to do group work in class, can be looked at innovatively, and I need to give them feedback. And that's one of the things that we are stressing, that we need to give them feedback. And the feedback is supposed to help them improve on their learning, so that by the time they come to the end of the course and you even set the normal summative exam, they will do much better, because they would have had a chance to improve upon their learning. And so that's really what we are stressing in this session. Yeah.
So yesterday we had a bit of some interactive session with some of the participants. And one key thing that we picked out was that, in the university setting, mostly examinations or the grading system is 30 for classwork, 70 for examination. And so coming up with these new interventions and innovative ways of assessing students, their dilemma was the difficulty in just moving ahead to implement it without going through the quality assurance processes and the structure of the university. How do you think our participants would be readily able to implement some of these new strategies?
Again, I think when we look at the strategies and think about how policy is going to work on it, is because we are fixated on grading them.
Absolutely.
And using that as being able to let them say, this is the grade they've got, this is the class they've got, etc. But we are saying that with the innovative assessment, there are even things you can do in your classroom, little things which help the students to improve on their learning. So you teach them, for example, how to do peer assessments, such that between themselves, they can help each other. When somebody gives, that's the work, you give it to another person. In fact, to give you a feedback. And one of the things that it happens, especially when you're dealing with graduate students, is where you actually for a cohort of graduate students, you can let them help each other. When they write their, let's say, introduction, 10 papers, they pass it among each other. But the thing is, you as a supervisor must give them some rubrics to help them assess each other. They improve upon it before they bring it back to you, the supervisor. So it even makes your work easier. And very simple. Exactly, and that does not need to go through any policy change, because it's not so much about grading them. You will do the grading eventually, but you would have got a much better work, which is what we are actually about. We are educating the students. We are not just giving them grades. We want them to be able to go out and perform. So if they are able to do this, even using peer assessment or even self-assessment, it makes them even also more self-assertive, more confident. So when they go out into the marketplace, to the workplace, they become more confident. They know how to rate people. They know how to talk when they go for interviews. They are more relaxed because they are used to speaking and assessing things and analyzing things. So far, we've been doing too much of it for them, and we need to get back to letting them be able to do some of these things for themselves. The other thing is this 60-70, 70-30, etc. The Nigerians said, as for them, their commission, the Nigerian Universities Commission or something, actually has said it should be 60-40 now. But for us, you see, the issue is when you're looking at the continuous assessment and then you're looking at the main exam, what are you putting in to be able to get them to do that? And sometimes for the main exam, it does not always have to be a sit down, especially for graduate students. You can give them a take-home exam, you can give them a term project, you can give them, and that can constitute their main exam. So especially for our graduate students, we need to move out of always just giving them the sit down exam. They have to do other things. Yes, answer our questions. They need to do other things, be more involved in their learning. And I think some of those things, we can work them out. So it's not the policy, but it's now the little strategies that you are using yourself as a lecturer to be able to gain that. So even for their 70%, a lot of us are quite reluctant to use multiple choice questions because we don't know how to set them. So that's also another thing that we have to organize something to do eventually. And they are very difficult to set. And you can set, in fact, somebody was telling me, you can use a whole case study to set multiple choice questions on a case study. And
if you don't learn.
Yes, and if you don't understand it, you will not get anything out of it. The only thing is that we have not asked them to write. And somebody said, again, if the objective, when we do our summative exams, what is the objective? To test their learning or to test their writing? We can test their writing during the semester, sometimes by the essays that we give them and all kinds of. So there are ways in which we can get around, especially when we have large numbers of students. There are ways to get around it. Yeah.
That's amazing. Prof, before we let you go, we know not all the universities in Ghana are part of the training. Do you have plans as the host, University of Ghana, to maybe organize a conference where you bring all the universities in Ghana together and teach them some of these innovative things?
Yeah, there is also what is known as the cascading aspect of this. And we are hoping that when the time comes, we'll be able to involve more universities. And the idea is train people in universities and then let them also go and replicate. Right. So it's more of a replication thing. So we don't do it all from University of Ghana. But if you have a critical mass of people who have been trained, we can go ahead. And once you've got that excitement about, yes, this pedagogy thing, we need to build up our skills, etc., we can even look at it as a continuous professional development program. And people will be more willing to do that. You know, so every long vac, and there are some universities who actually do that. I know GIMPA sometimes did something, Ashasi does some, where you have long vac, you organize a continuous development program for that. And University of Ghana, we also do that, but mainly for our new lecturers. But there are also plans to make sure that we bring it on board, continuous professional development programs, such that all lecturers will benefit from it. So one wouldn't say that you are an old lecturer or you're a professor, so you don't have that. I mean, the amount of, the amount of information that I have got or have learned by participating in this is amazing. And I'm at the end of my service as a lecturer. However, I have gained so much and my students are benefiting from it. So as academics, we really never stop learning. So you can't say that I'm a professor, I'm a full professor, I'm this, therefore I don't need it. We do, all of us need it because we always learn new things. And if you can't even learn new things, you can impact to somebody else. So participating in it, giving out your ideas, it's a way of impacting the younger generation, and we need to do that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, Prof. We wish you all the best as well. Great. So we just had a brief interaction with Professor Stacey Dawson, and she is a facilitator for innovative assessment at the Pedagogical Leadership Training. We look forward to having more interviews. Relax, stay glued to your seat, and enjoy the best from AUTV. My name is Christy Sal.
Welcome, everybody. This is AAU Talks on AAU TV. Today, we are looking at managing learning, teaching, and research during COVID-19. We all know that students, parents, and researchers and educators around the world are feeling the ripple effects of coronavirus pandemics. Our schools are currently shut down and quarantine methods put in place. Whilst government officials and health officials are doing their best to resolve the whole issue of slowing down the outbreak, global education experts and then individuals in academia are collaborating to collectively respond and provide quality education for all during these difficult times. Today, we have a global expert who will enlighten us on how to manage teaching, learning, and research during and after COVID-19. Welcome, Professor Peter Kote to AAU Talks on Education.
Thank you very much, and greetings to your discerning viewers.
Okay. Professor Peter Kote is the former head of Economics Department, University of Ghana, and currently he is the director of Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, also at the University of Ghana. Professor Peter Kote has provided expert opinions on how to safely resume to academics during this pandemic. We are glad to have Professor Peter Kote on this online meeting to discuss some few items on how to manage teaching, learning, and research during COVID-19. Prof, let's begin with, broadly, how would you contextualize the effect of the pandemic on teaching, learning, and research, especially for Africa?
COVID-19 have caught all of us off guard. I believe we're ill prepared, and it gives us a signal that anytime we plan, we should have a strategy for any shock. And I don't think we have prepared for shocks in our planning. We often plan if there's not going to be any shock or minimal shock. But now, going forward, we need to plan our educational system and also plan for a pandemic, not just very simple shocks. It's really impacted on education in the sense that because we're ill prepared, those schools have to be closed down without any long-term notice. The notice was very short, and schools have to basically terminate or end their teaching and learning activities. But then I must say, in as much as it brought education to a standstill initially, it also gave the opportunity for people, teachers, learners to re-strategize. We've had ICT with us for a very long time. I don't think we've taken advantage of the ICT environment. We just use very limited part of it. But now we're seeing the need to use ICT, virtual, and it's very good. So not just for teaching, also for assignments. Now we've seen teachers upgrading their skills on how to teach virtually, how to give assignments and mark online using classroom platform and many others. For us in the past, we were used to the paper trail where children are made to copy homework, what have you, answer them and turn them in untyped. Now we've seen children typing, we've seen teachers preparing PowerPoint slides. We've seen many ways of communicating, teaching, learning, and I think it's good. So it's had negative impact in some ways, but I think many schools are catching up, many countries are catching up. The only challenge is that internet connectivity, ICT, hasn't reached every corner in Africa. So you find that it is the cities that are benefiting from this new ways of teaching and learning, whereas the villages and other corners of our society are suffering. Radio, for instance, but how effective is radio? You cannot ask your teacher questions. You can just only listen and then write notes. And I think that that is a big challenge for us and for our planners, for our leaders and authorities, that as they plan to bear in mind that there are some rural, majority of our friends, brothers, and sisters living in rural areas who do not have access to electricity, do not have access to internet connectivity, and would have to be reached at some point in time.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Now, it seems government is gradually easing the restrictions on COVID-19. So gradually, some of the universities are resuming face-to-face lessons, whilst some are also calling for continuation of online teaching and learning. What advice would you give to your faculty in this time that we are gradually easing onto the face-to-face teaching and learning?
Well, yes, we are easing the face-to-face, but I find quite a number of the universities or academic institutions um, still continue with the virtual learning. If you take University of Ghana, for instance, they were very far advanced. University was far advanced in its virtual teaching and learning. They were close to starting the examination. The the schools where schools were asked to resume. So they, of course, they are continuing because it's very effective. Except that, as I mentioned earlier, there are some members of the university who could not have access, or students who could not have access to internet connectivity. So they could come to campus to have a face-to-face teaching and learning. Who had access to online teaching and are very fine with that. And I believe they will continue the exams. To my colleagues, I think I would urge them to continue to practice all the safety protocols, whilst also ensuring that they deliver teaching and learning via the uh, virtual platform, as well as those that require face-to-face teaching. Um, if you have to do face-to-face teaching, ensure that adequate safety first. So you should be, the students should be safe as well, so that we deliver this and we don't spread the virus in this period, because the virus moves when we move.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Prof, let's look at what the COVID-19 has done to research. You know, the COVID-19 has put, it kept a freeze on research activities. Scientists and researchers couldn't visit their labs anymore. They couldn't have access to their tools. In humanities, those who conduct research using human subjects were cut off from having access to their human subjects to even continuing with their research. You are the director of one of the biggest research institutes in Africa. What has been the effect of this COVID-19 on your researchers, their activities? And what are some of the recommendations going forward, resuming research activities? What do you say we put in place?
Well, again, as I mentioned earlier, we're all off guard, so we're ill prepared for this. Initially, our institutions were shut down. We couldn't conduct research. Many research institutions could not continue. Some contracts that were signed had to be abrogated, others have to be put on hold, which had implications for revenue and for many other activities, even employment. Contract staff, temporary staff, all have to be sent home or asked to wait. So it had really affected research institutions. It's also affected research activities. But gradually, things are easing, and you find that researchers are using uh, the virtual means, for instance. So you can use telephone to interview, where possible, interview your respondents. You can use virtual means to correct or write papers, get things corrected. You can use virtual means even to organize focus group discussions. You can use virtual means to hold workshops and conferences. So I think technology has made it, has minimized the effects of COVID-19. Had it not been the existence of technology, it would have been shut down completely. But with technology, some of our activities are still ongoing. We are still undertaking some surveys. We are still undertaking some online communication activities. And I believe going forward, it's even taught us to move some of the things we do virtual. So some interviews, you don't have to, we usually travel all the corners of this country to collect data. I believe now, where necessary, you don't have to travel. You can use telephone, you can use Zoom, you can use other means of um, communicating with key informants. So if I need to speak to somebody at the Ministry of Finance or any of the relevant ministries, I just have to organize a Zoom meeting and then I obtain all the information I needed. Yesterday, I engaged Bank of Ghana. A couple of weeks ago, I had an interview with some colleagues in the UK, and we were basically interviewing farmers in India, for instance. I mean, so you can imagine if we have to interview farmers in Asia while we sit in our comfort zones, tells you that it's not all that doomed for us. There are opportunities, and technology is helping us overcome these limitations.
So thank you, Prof. Prof, right now we are looking at faculty role change. This COVID-19, like you mentioned, came at a time that we were not prepared. Are there any structures that needs to be put in place, which previously was not in place in terms of faculty arrangement, the functionalities of faculty and everything, now that we've seen that
their respective offices every day, they could work from home. You know, so we avoid crowding in the office space. Once technology is available, you could do that. And as for the various media, we have it already. University of Ghana has all the platforms that we can use to do some of these things. So it's just a matter of faculty using the available resources to do it. And I think going forward, we'll start that we use more of the available online resources to undertake our activities.
Okay, Prof, finally, right now, there are a lot of tips concerning technology to be used. There are a lot of advice, there are a lot of tools, there are a lot of resources that people have recommended, especially transitioning from face-to-face online, face-to-face teaching and learning research to the online activities. But how do we know how or know which ones really work, especially in the context of Africa? We are looking at the role of research here, Prof.
Well, in our country, there are several of them, but the ones that are commonly used, people use telephone interview. I mean, we all have mobile phones. Mobile phone penetration is very, very high in Africa. So you use your mobile phones and make phone calls and conduct research or teaching. You can also use Zoom has also come quite up speed recently. So, and I'm told the security of Zoom has been enhanced quite well. So we use Zoom. Microsoft Teams, prefer Microsoft Teams.
Okay.
They believe everything Microsoft has tried and tested security. Microsoft Teams is there for people to use. One could also use the Google platforms, Google Classroom, Hangout, and many other software that are available in the Google platform. With Google Classroom, you can set questions, you can mark, there's so much one can do over there. Whilst you want to do interactive teaching, you can use the Hangout or use the Zoom or Microsoft Teams. Some even use WhatsApp. I don't really recommend for teaching, but there are various means of teaching.
Okay. So, Prof, finally, before you leave, what policy recommendation would you want to give? Is there anything that needs to change at the top to accommodate the new normal that we are in?
Yeah, I think we should invest more in technology. We should equip our students with technology, with equipment that they require. I believe the universities going forward would have to sign some kind of agreement or memorandum of understanding with, let's say, a laptop manufacturing, one of those tech companies that they could the guy of this every student has a laptop that could be so at use price maybe you can come in and say no. As soon as you register in any education of higher, tertiary education or with a secondary education, you should have some of this equipment with you because that is the way to go. It is efficient, less costly, and you get the quickest and maximum returns out of that. For me, the policy change will be for government to promote use of this equipment, the use of technology, the use of ICT in learning, in teaching and learning. That will be a major policy shift I expect.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Peter Quartey, for joining us today on AAU Talks on Education. You've provided us a lot of insight on how to respond to COVID-19. I think subsequently we will get in touch for more advice on how we'll be able to manage teaching, research, and learning. We are in the process of transitioning, and along the line, we know we will come back to you for your expert advice. Thank you very much for your time and being with us on AAU Talks.
My pleasure.
All right. Viewers, we were having discussions with Professor Peter Quartey, the director of ISE at the University of Ghana, on managing teaching, learning, and research during COVID-19. You can join the discussion on Facebook, on Twitter, and also on our YouTube channels. Thank you for joining us in this meeting. Thank you, everybody, and be safe.
Hello Africa, this is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities, and it's all about upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. My name is Isabella Tisahinakwa.
Moi, c'est Imelda Amoudi.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is inviting you to its 15th General Virtual Conference hosted by the government of Ghana under the theme, The Future of African Higher Education, which is scheduled from 5th to 8th July 2021. Sub-themes to be discussed are the future of African higher education post-COVID-19, contribution of African higher education institutions to address the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, contribution of the diaspora to African higher education, and many more. Expected participants are ministries of higher education, researchers and research organizations in Africa and beyond, academics, regional education bodies, diaspora and their institutions who have interest in African higher education, Regional Economics Commission, REX, students, among others. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 15th June 2021. For more information, email secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org or visit www.events.aau.org/gencon.
L'Association des universités africaines, la UA, est heureuse de vous inviter à sa 15e conférence virtuelle générale organisée par le gouvernement du Ghana sous le thème « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain » qui est prévu du 5 au 8 juin 2021. Les sous-thèmes à discuter: l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain post-Covid-19, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour relever les défis liés à la pandémie de la Covid-19. Contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain et bien d'autres. Les participants attendus sont les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, les chercheurs et les organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les universitaires, les organismes éducatifs régionaux, les diasporans et les établissements qui s'intéressent à l'enseignement supérieur africain, les commissions d'économie régionale, les étudiants, entre autres. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 15 juin 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, envoyez un message à secgen@aau.org et copiez info@aau.org ou visitez le www.events.aau.org/gencon.
The University of Nottingham is inviting international students to apply for the Developing Solutions Master Scholarship 2021 as part of its 20th anniversary celebrations. This scholarship program is designed for international students who want to contribute to their home country's growth. It is also open to students from Africa and some other Commonwealth countries. To be eligible for this scholarship, you must be domiciled in Africa, India, or some selected Commonwealth countries, be classified as an overseas student for free purposes, must hold an offer to start a full-time master's in any subject area at the university within the Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Faculty of Science, as well as Faculty of Social Sciences. Interested applicants should apply and receive an offer to study a full-time master's at the University of Nottingham before applying for the scholarship through the scholarship section of the application system before 21st May 2021. For more information on how to apply, email scholarshipassistant@nottingham.ac.uk or call +44 115 951 5247 or visit the link on the screen.
L'Université de Nottingham invite les étudiants internationaux à postuler pour la bourse d'études Developing Solutions Masters 2021 dans le cadre des célébrations de son 20e anniversaire. Ce programme de bourse est conçu pour les étudiants internationaux qui souhaitent contribuer à la croissance de leur pays d'origine. Il est également ouvert aux étudiants d'Afrique et de certains autres pays du Commonwealth. Pour être éligible à cette bourse, vous devez être domicilié en Afrique, en Inde ou dans certains pays du Commonwealth sélectionnés, être classé comme étudiant étranger à des fins de frais, devez détenir une offre pour commencer une maîtrise à temps plein dans n'importe quel domaine à l'université au sein de la faculté de génie, la faculté de médecine et des sciences, de la santé, la faculté des sciences ainsi que la faculté des sciences sociales. Les candidats intéressés doivent postuler et recevoir une offre pour étudier une maîtrise à temps plein à l'Université de Nottingham avant de postuler pour la bourse via la section des bourses du système de la candidature avant le 21 mai 2021. Pour plus d'informations sur la manière de postuler, envoyez un message à scholarships-assistant@nottingham.ac.uk ou encore appelez le plus 441 159 515 247 ou visitez l'adresse sur votre écran pour plus d'informations.
The African Research Universities Alliance, ARUA, in partnership with the Carnegie Corporation of New York, is looking for 2 consultants to review and advise on how to better achieve ARUA's goals and objectives through internationally successful collaborative PhD programs. 1 consultant will be engaged for the natural sciences and the other for the humanities and social science disciplines. Interested consultants should be very capable and highly motivated academics who have previously led university transformation exercises and have extensive experience in the design and management of graduate programs, expertise in international education, as demonstrated by previous research projects and consulting for education and government institutions, must have extensive knowledge and experience of PhD programs in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as willing to travel to ARUA member universities if necessary. Women academics are strongly encouraged to consider this application. Applicants should apply by submitting documents to arua.eugene.edu.gh before 24th May 2021. Visit www.arua.org.za/invitation to consultant ARUA doctoral programs for more information.
L'Alliance des universités africaines de recherche, en partenariat avec Carnegie Corporation of New York, recherche 2 consultants pour examiner et conseiller sur la manière de mieux atteindre les buts et objectifs de l'ARUA grâce à des programmes de doctorat collaboratifs à succès international. Un consultant sera engagé pour les sciences naturelles et l'autre pour les disciplines des sciences humaines et sociales. Les consultants intéressés doivent être des universitaires très compétents et être motivés qui ont déjà dirigé des exercices de transformation universitaire et possèdent une vaste expérience dans la conception et la gestion de programmes d'études supérieures, une expertise en éducation internationale comme l'ont démontré des projets de recherche antérieurs et des conseils pour les établissements d'enseignement et avoir une connaissance et une expérience approfondie des programmes de doctorat en Afrique subsaharienne et être disposé à voyager dans les universités membres de l'ARUA si nécessaire. Les femmes universitaires sont vivement encouragées à envisager cette candidature. Les candidats doivent postuler en soumettant leurs documents à arua.ug.edu.gh avant le 24 mai 2021. Visitez le www.arua.org.za par invitation-to-consultant-arua-doctoral-programs pour plus d'informations.
KPMG Private Enterprise is to launch their first ever KPMG Private Enterprise Tech Innovator Competition, which recognizes the tech innovators of today and the tech titans of tomorrow. In view of the launch, they are calling competitors to register for the competition to compete with technology entrepreneurs across Africa and in 15 other countries in most major regions of the world. To be eligible for the competition, you must be a registered company in Africa country, have been actively operating for 5 years or less, be either a pure technology or tech-enabled, tech-driven or tech-led business. Interested competitors must be available to pitch virtually at African final events in the timeline outlined by the country of origin. Kindly register by filling out the online application form via the link on the screen before 31st May 2021. Visit www.marketing.kpmg.co.uk for more information.
La KPMG Private Enterprise va lancer son tout premier concours KPMG Private Enterprise Tech Innovator qui récompense les innovateurs de texte d'aujourd'hui et les titans de la technologie de demain. En vue du lancement, il appelle les concurrents à s'inscrire au concours pour rivaliser avec les entrepreneurs technologiques à travers l'Afrique et dans 15 autres pays, dont la plupart des grandes régions du monde. Pour être éligible au concours, vous devez être une entreprise enregistrée dans un pays africain, avoir été actif pendant 5 ans ou moins, être une entreprise purement technologique et technologique, axée sur la technologie ou axée sur la technologie. Les concurrents intéressés doivent être disponibles pour pitcher virtuellement lors de la finale africaine dans le délai indiqué par le pays d'origine. Veuillez vous inscrire en remplissant le formulaire de candidature en ligne via le lien à l'écran avant le 31 mai 2021. Visitez le www.marketing.kpmg.co.uk pour plus d'informations.
Thank you for being with us. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also follow our dedicated website at tv.aau.org for more of event updates. I am Isabella Titahinakwa.
Imelda Amudiamono.
Hello and welcome to Impact Stories on AAU TV. AAU TV is the voice of higher education in Africa. Impact Stories is dedicated to celebrating academic mentors on the continent. And I'm privileged to have an illustrious son of Africa who has come back from Canada under the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program to impact knowledge at the University of Education, Winneba. Follow this discussion on our social media handles and on our dedicated website, tv.aau.org. I am the host of the program. My name is Ramson Bekne. Let's go for a short break, and when we come back, we will delve into the discussions. Stay tuned.
My name is Julius Peter Tib. I'm pursuing Diploma in Information and Communication Technology at University of Dodoma, College of Informatics and Virtual Education. My course is all about information and communication technology. It's based on how to pass the information and how people can get that information. There are so many, but actually the basic are like system developers, computer networking and analyst, and system analyst in general. College informatics are very good compared to other places. We have a very nice library, so as a student can be very comfortably to study. We have internet access, so if you feel like you need more information, you can access through it online. We have a very nice classes compared to other places, so as student can be comfortably and like to be in class most of the time. We have extra classes for studying, personally studying. We have very nice cafeteria and so many. If someone needs to goes up with the technology, compares now this day technology are very fast, I advise them to join SIVE. I mean College Information and Virtual Education. This is a very nice place for someone who wants to be a very professional IT. You can be able to know many things about computers and information at all.
Welcome back from the break. You are still tuning to AAU TV. AAU TV is the voice of higher education in Africa. Just before the break, I had indicated that I'm interviewing an academic who is from the diaspora. Precisely, he's from Canada, and he lectures at University of Toronto. He is an educationist, he is a researcher, and he's a writer. And back here in Ghana, he's a traditional leader. It is my privilege to introduce Professor George Sefade. Professor, welcome to AAU TV.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, we will have to delve a little bit into your background.
Right.
And then we talk about you as an academic, and then we talk about the Carnegie African Diaspora Program. Can you let us know a little bit about who Professor Day is?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity and having the time for us to chat. Right. I was born in Ghana, right? And I schooled in Ghana. I went to Ghana National College in Cape Coast, and then after that I went to the University of Ghana, Legon. Fortunately, I did get a scholarship to do my master's at McMaster University, and then upon completion of my master's, I went to the University of Toronto for my doctorate.
Okay.
Right, and that was I got my doctorate in 1986.
1986.
Yeah, and I did my postdoc at the University of Windsor. And then in 1991, I got a tenured track appointment to the University of Toronto. So I've been at the University of Toronto since 1991.
Okay.
And I was full professor in 1996. So since 1996, I've been a full professor at the University of Toronto. I've also been head of the department at the time called Sociology and Equity Studies Education. And I have been, and currently also is a director for the Center for Integrative Anti-Racism Studies at the University of Toronto in Canada.
Yeah, just before you left for abroad, what were you reading at the university?
Yeah, I was reading sociology and then also archaeology. Okay. Yeah, sociology and archaeology.
Did you have any mentor at that time?
That's a good question. I think I see my mentor has always been my mother, right? But academic-wise, I think all my professors, right? Because I know there was Merrick Posnansky and then the late James Akwanda, who were all very impressed about my academic work, and also the sociologist, Fiajo, at the time, right? But I see my mentor has always been my mother, because our dad died when we were very young, right? My mother was the one who looked after us. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, actually, she also passed away in Canada. And we brought her to Ghana for the burial, right?
How easy was it for you to, have a scholarship to read sociology at the master's degree?
I think McMaster University gave me that scholarship. I just applied. I applied for the scholarship and won it. And actually, I was also in line for university at the time. University of Ghana had this program where they would also be sponsoring students for their postdoctorate, right? But I got a McMaster scholarship. So after my national service, I left, right?
Now, was sociology a very popular program, academic program?
No, actually, when I went to anthropology. Social anthropology is offered in the anthropology department, but in Ghana, social anthropology we see as sociology, but also yeah. So I think it's a question of what the focus was on, right? I'm more interested in questions of traditional African cultures, but also interested in questions of history and what the connection between history and culture in that regard. Yeah.
You left the shores of Ghana in 1979.
79, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I left the shores of Ghana.
That was to read the masters.
Yeah, to do the masters and then continue for the doctorate. But for the past over 15 years, I've been coming back and forth to Ghana.
But earlier on, why did you not come back?
No, it's because I was a student, and also after the degree, you have to make sure you have cemented your feet, right?
But you should have come back to.
Oh yeah, Africa. But I was. In fact, I was, because in the 283, I came to do my research,
Okay.
and I was coming also.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
But
coming,
you
but
didn't
just in
want to
terms of institutional linkage, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
But I
institutional.
thought you wanted to pick up an appointment, a teaching appointment or something.
Yeah, yeah. But it's, that time is different from now, and I think,
Okay.
yeah, I see what you mean. But that time is different from now in terms of where you want to also cement your feet. And I had a family also in Canada at the time,
Okay.
so
Okay,
yes,
so your
yeah,
family joined you.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you have a strong linkage to Ghana or any institution in Ghana apart from the Carnegie?
Oh yes, yeah. No, before
fellowship?
the Carnegie, through the former vice chancellor of University of Education, Professor Namo Mensah. In fact, there were many universities that were interested in me having some, but Namo Mensah wanted me to come to Winneba, right?
Okay.
And I like Winneba because it's a small university at the time, fledgling, and I thought there were possibilities for that university. So after Professor Namo Mensah, also I developed ties with the vice chancellor who came after him, Akwesi Asabre,
Yes.
Ameyao, right? And then the current VC vice chancellor, Bruni. I have all connections with all of these people, right? And of course, having been here, I've developed this long relationship with Professor Kola Rahim, right? Who we've been working together for over a decade, right? Around issues of indigenous knowledge. So he's been very, very supportive, and he's been very, very instrumental in making sure that I won the Carnegie for the years 2016, 2015, 2016, and then 2018 and 19, which have been attached to the University of
So
Education.
the Carnegie grant,
yeah,
it's only taking you to Ghana.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Although University of South Africa wanted me to at some point, but also University of Development Studies. But I've been so far I've been attached with University of Education because there's more to be done here in terms of that, right?
Okay. But University of South Africa, UNISA gives you an award.
Yes.
In 2017.
Yes.
I thought it's got
2012.
to do with 2012.
Yes.
I thought it's got to do with the
No,
grants.
no. That I was, because you see, remember, even before the Carnegie, I've always been spending my summers with universities in Africa, University of South Africa, Adeniran College, University of LASU. What is LASU? Yeah, Lagos State University. Yeah. So yes, so even before the Carnegie, I always had these connections with.
Now let's look at two educational cultures.
Yeah.
We have one in Africa and then one in Canada. Is there any distinction between the mode of delivery in terms of curriculum, in terms of teacher-learner relationship?
Not really. I think it depends on the people you work with, right? For example, so in Canada, for example, we have people who are interested in these questions about student-led supervision and learning, right? So I'm working with graduate students. In Canada, most of my students are graduate students. In fact, they are mostly PhD students, right? So there's that sense of independent study and inquiries, right? And then you come to SACOS and IRIS, right? SACOS, IRIS is the Institute for Educational Research and Innovation Studies, and SACOS is the School for the Study of Community and Technology Education Studies, right? And they are mostly working with graduate students, right? So I've always been involved, and so the question of independent study has been very, very central in their delivery, right? Where as you give lectures, and then you are in sort of a committee circle with the students and dialogue on the questions that are very important for investigation and that. Of course, there's research in that. So the mode of delivery in that sense, to me, I think I see similarities. It's different when you're teaching undergraduates, where sometimes it becomes where the lecturer then gives a formal lecture and then the students write down notes and that. But I think with graduate school, you're more into the consultation, the discussions with students. Occasionally, there's the academic sessions that you have, right, on important topics, right? So I see that as they are more connecting than difference.
And you want to specialize in indigenous knowledge?
Yeah, no, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, over the years, right? I have over the years.
What is so
I'm more
peculiar
interested.
about it?
Yeah, I'm more interested in the question of decolonization, decolonial knowledge. And one of the things that I've argued in some of my writings, and other people have made the point that, to me, you can't talk of decolonization or decolonial knowledge without also interrogating the whole issue of Western science knowledge. Because Western science knowledge, while we can talk of some contributions to knowledge that has been built, of course, no knowledge is immune. All knowledge is borrowed from each other, right? And so Western science knowledge itself has borrowed from other forms of knowledge. But the problem is that other forms of knowledge have been either devalued, have been marginalized, or negated in the universalization of Western science knowledge. So the particularity of Western science sometimes is universalized, right, without paying particular attention to the multiple knowledges that exist in communities. And to me, indigenous knowledges, African indigenous knowledges, right, have been devalued and marginalized. So it has been a passion to bring it to the fore for discussions. And this is shared by a number of scholars, and it's increasingly you see scholars talking about that.
So who is listening to this voice that you and your colleagues
are I think we do have people who, but the fact that people will cite my work, for example, there are many people who will cite my work, but also I think even in the diasporic context, people will see it, and I think when you come to Africa too, right, I think there are people, because I get invitations to speak on that, and there are scholars who are working around that. One of the things that I think is very, very clear is that sometimes we are our own harsh critics, right? Because we have been so fed with a dose of Western science knowledge that we see Western science knowledge, and then you talk of indigenous knowledge, and people see it as myth, superstition, magic, and it's not knowledge. But I think if you talk of this knowledge as indigenous science, right? Yes. Because it's knowledge about agroforestry, it's knowledge about indigenous science and technology, it's knowledge about indigenous farming systems, it's knowledge about folkloric production, arts and crafts, right? It's knowledge about, in terms of traditional technology, right? So it's a question of the definition of this body of knowledge. It's about soils, vegetation, climate, and that. They are all indigenous forms of knowledge that are embedded in that, right? And we need to uncover that. And not as a way to talk about how they are unique or particular, but also that they have something to contribute to the production of global knowledge. So
in carrying out or taking this revolution forward, what do you need from policymakers?
To pay particular attention to curriculum issues, right? That indigenous knowledge is about basically decolonization or decolonial education.
Right.
And we cannot do that without paying attention to curriculum, pedagogy, instruction, but also even the whole culture of the school. I think some of the tensions that we've been talking about is around whether even we can talk about these bodies of knowledge in the current academy has been constituted, where there's this hierarchy, there's also the rectangular shapes, learning within a four-wall classroom and that. So you always raise questions about what are the challenges of bringing these bodies of knowledge into formal institutions such as these places. But I think we need to work at the challenge, because there are possibilities, right, that we need to look through. We cannot say this knowledge is have to be taught outside the academy. I think there are some of us who would argue that when we look at the African institutions, right, and I'm not the only one who is arguing that Molife Asante, who is a colleague, but also somebody who, I think if you ask about my diasporic mentor, then it's Molife Asante, right, who is a very profound scholar in the US, right? We argue about that when we look at African universities, there is no African university aside. There are colonial satellites of the Western Academy, right? We have universities in Africa, but it's different from saying universities in Africa vis-a-vis African universities. Right?
Okay.
It's all about what goes on in these institutions.
Right. Have you ever considered the role of language in promoting this indigenous?
Big issue.
Yes.
Big issue.
How big is it?
Yeah, it's big because you can't even talk about indigenous knowledge even in the language, the dominant language, English, right?
Yeah.
Or even
we don't even have scientific names.
Yes. Right.
In the local dialects.
So it's a very, very big issue, but we have to start from somewhere.
Okay.
So while we talk about it in terms of, well, how do we even begin to have a conversation around that, right? We also talk about it in terms of having these centers for the study of indigenous languages. I think it's very, very critical, right? We talk about bringing elders into the academy, right? Not all elders speak English or even French, right? Elders speak the local language. So when you bring the elders here, the language issue is very, very pertinent to that. Sometimes we talking about these African cultures, right? In the English language leads corrupted language, right? So we have problems around that. So the language issue is very, very huge, right? And it goes back into history. I remember there was one point where there was this debate about should we have an indigenous African language that is taught in the schools, or we continue to use English language.
As the lingua franca.
Yes, lingua franca. And the debate was around, well, given that there's the heterogeneity or multiplicity of African languages, which languages do you teach? I've always seen that as a cop-out, right? And I think even if we can teach one African indigenous language to learners in schools, I don't care what language it is, but it's something for them to be proud of.
People are opting for Kiswahili.
Yes, Kiswahili, and I think there was a point why they were opting for Kiswahili, because it's the language of the smallest ethnic minority, so you don't get the dominant ethnic group reproducing its hegemony, right? So Kiswahili is the language of the smallest ethnic minority. I think that project was very important to be continued. That project was very, very important to be continued.
Okay, I'm talking to Professor George Sifade, who is a professor at the University of Toronto. We are going on a short break. Stay tuned. Just before the break, I've been talking to Professor George Sifade, who is a professor at the University of Toronto. Now I'm going to address him as
Nana Dusey
Sifa Chunibua,
yeah,
who is the
Jasehini, currently regent of Asokore.
He's the regent of Asokore.
Yeah,
Nana, this is AAU TV, and the program is Impact Stories, where we are celebrating you as an academic mentor. Nana, you became a chief in 2007.
Yeah.
Even though you were in the diaspora.
Yeah.
So how come, do you have royalty in your blood?
Well, yeah, I think the Asokore at the time gave the Dumakwayas to my family. So when my uncle died, right, then became something that, so I initially started as the Dumakwaya. Okay. And then I was
graduated.
Get to Jackson, which is higher, right?
Is it higher?
Yeah, and so it's been that. And then anytime the chief lives in England, right, but he's recently coming back to reside. But anytime I'm there and he's not there, I act as regent. So yeah, basically that, right?
So what is the role of a Jasehini?
Jasehini is basically you watch the palace and then also the royals. You just like you try to bring peace and harmony to that. But you also in charge the two lands, the property in the palace and
you are wealthy then.
No. No, it's your guardian, right?
It's your guardian.
You are supposed to watch over it, and if there's anything to an account be rendered, you do that. Right?
How do you combine the academic work with?
To me, it's easy. Yeah, I get that question asked of. It's easy. First of all, it's because these days I've been spending a lot of time in Ghana because I think I've reached the stage where I call it giving back. Right?
Okay.
So I always want to do that, and also I get requests from African colleagues who also want mentorship. They want us to help and assist, and I've also collaborations with African colleagues, right. So that always brings me to Ghana. And part of the projects I've been doing, the research projects of late, I've been looking at the question of schooling and difference in Africa. I'm now working on the questions of elders, the role of elders in Africa. So that's our projects that actually brings me. They all bring me to the continent, right? So to answer your question, how it has been easy. Once you have that connection, I think it makes it easy. But also, my passion for indigenous and indigeneity, and being also a traditional chief, right? It makes the connection very simple because you cannot be a traditional chief without being ingrained in the questions of African indigenous cultural knowledge, right? And that, so you see, it makes it easier to make the transition and be able to also practice what you preach, and learn, also learn from where you are situated or located in that context.
There has always been a question on my mind. Can a traditionalist become a Christian, or vice versa?
Well, I've seen some traditionalists who have become Christians, and I think, yes, I don't think there is. I think it's a question of you can be critical of Christianity and still be a traditionalist, right? And still be somebody who I don't see traditionalists mean anything inimical to Christianity, right? I think traditionalists want to talk about African traditional religious structures or systems, particularly questions of African spirituality, without making a connection or say making religion and spirituality synonymous. They are not continuous, right? They are separate. And I think part of traditionalists make the point that before the coming of Christianity, we had our own traditional religions and African spirituality. What Christianity did was actually devalued and negated. And we need to go back and reclaim that. So I think in that case, they're very, very critical of Christianity, right? But I've seen some modern day traditional chiefs, right, who are Christians, who go to church and that.
And they pour libation?
Yes. Oh,
they
yeah.
do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I know of them. And I think
it's not fetish.
Well, I think to me, I find it as a problem when you believe that your way of worshiping God is the only way, and therefore if people do it different way, then they are atheists. I think to me it's a question of believing in the chains of command, right? Traditionalists believe that you can speak to God through intermediary, right? Yeah. Whereas Christianity says you can speak to God directly, right? I don't think this should be a source of tension, right? I think we are all believing in the power of the Supreme Being, the creator of the universe, right? And that. It's just of how you get to. I think the problem has been, yes, the problem has been the Christians who have tried to devalue the traditional belief system. It has not gone the other way around. I don't see traditionalists who will say Christianity is, no, I think they will leave Christians to believe in what they believe, right? And I think, to me, we do have, when we look at our traditional podcast structure now, there are a number of chiefs who are Christians, right? And you don't see any tension with Paul and Nabi. You give one to Paul, what is Paul? And it uses what is Jesus.
Exactly.
It's just that sometimes those who believe, who say that in the Bible, do not translate that when it comes to the tradition. Yeah,
yes.
Right.
Okay, now let's look at you as an academic and as a chief. What impact have you made in your society as a Korean?
Well, yeah, I think this is a question. I think I would like others to speak about the impact, because I don't like to blow my own horn, but I would like to think even getting youth to raise some of these issues about youth community development, I think it's very, very important, right? Let's forget about contributions monetary-wise that I've made, because I remember there was a time when a group of you came to me saying they've finished school, they wanted computers to put into practice what they had learned. And I decided to buy computers for them. I've brought people who are sewing machines to the community. We have fundraising initiatives that have contributed in that. So let's forget about that. I don't want to talk about that. But I think, to me, I'm more interested in education, right? I see myself as somebody who people see as a role model, right, in the community. That they will point to that, look at what his education is, who is highly respected, and therefore that itself, I mean, serves as a role model to the youth, and I think I see that as an impact, right? So you forget about the monetary aspect, but also I think being in the palace and helping initiate community dialogue, community development projects, right, to me has also been very, very beneficial. Even settling arbitration in the palace, leading conversations, trying to restore peace and harmony in the community are all things that I think we do collectively as traditional leaders and rulers, right, that are making impact in our communities.
Before your final words, we shall go for a short break.
What do you think about when you think of success?
Success is about hard work. Success is about knowledge and applying it for the good of the community. Success is about skills development. It's about creating innovative ideas and building a hope and making it a reality. Success is about having big dreams and chasing them. Success is nurtured here. We as National University of Science and Technology stand as the only key you can use to unlock doors for success. When you think of success, think in other terms.
I'm interviewing Professor Sifa, who is from University of Toronto. We are going to talk about him as a CAD fellow and how he's been coming to Ghana and the impact that he's making in Ghana. Prof, welcome back to the program.
Sure.
Yes, now let's talk about the CAF program.
Yeah. No, I'm excited about this program because I've been in it since 2016, 2017, and then 2018/19. And here, I've been working with colleagues, Professor Kula Rahim, Professor Namua Mensah, also before that, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, the former Vice Chancellor, Professor Akwesi Asabria Meyaw, right? And these are all colleagues who saw the importance of having somebody with a diasporan voice also come in, and so that we engage in dialogue. And through that process, right, I have benefited a lot, right, from the academic exchanges, the conversations with the students, the research initiatives, the collaborations with the professors and the instructors, right, and that. I think it's not just a way of also giving back, it's a way of also taking in something, right? I think it makes me grounded in terms of my African research, right, that being able to come to Ghana and stay for this long and being able to, I think it gives you credibility, right, that you are not talking from the top of your head without being grounded. So I think that is, but also having the moments to mentor, to initiate, to dialogue with students, right, to talk to them about their own theses, their dissertations, their own research projects. Also initiating publications, right. I've been part of collaborative book projects with Professor Rahim, Professor Asabria Meyaw, even with University of South Africa, we have colleagues there, Dr. Narida Pasha, and also Malu, right? And we are still even talking about collaborative book projects, right? We have 4 book projects that I'm initiating and working together with Professor Rahim, Professor Bruni, Professor Kwesi Asabria Meyaw, Jofus Anamwa Mensah, the former Vice Chancellor, who, as I said earlier on, was very instrumental in getting me to come to Winneba in the first place, right? And that's so.
A follow-up question. So how many students are you mentoring?
Oh, a lot. Yes. Well, forget about the ones in Toronto, right? Even here, right? Because
but in Africa here.
Yeah, I think what happens is occasionally you get students who come to you with their work, right? Or even we send you an email because they're afraid about your profile and that, or they know you are around and that. So I don't keep track. I don't keep track. Yeah, no, I think.
Can we say 20?
I would say, no, I would say, for in Africa here,
yes,
no, Ghana. I would say 20. No, I would say, definitely a dozen, yeah.
It's a dozen.
Yeah, I'm talking of doctoral students.
Doctoral students?
Yeah, I'm talking of
I'm not talking about first degree or second degree.
Yeah, doctoral students who would, and it's not just about here with, say, University of Education, sometimes even Winneba, right? And then sometimes, institutions, because they see your profile and they would like to get in touch and that.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So
is there any formal agreement between University of Toronto and the University of Education, Winneba?
No, I think there is the CAD fellowship, which Professor Kula and the moments have been very instrumental, right, working with that, the CAD fellow. But in the past, right, through even before the CAD, right, and Professor Kula will tell you more about it. Before even the CAD, we had this thing where I was made a fellow of SACOS, even before the CAD, right, which allowed me to come here and share. We were doing work on pharmacology, herbal medicine, plants medicine. We were doing some work around that. And we had this academic exchange with the University of Toronto where some students came here, and they continue to come here. You met some of them too. They continue to come here. And then there was one student who went to Toronto, right? And so there has been, but we haven't signed a formal memorandum of understanding on that, but we've been initiating that, right, through this and other ways of doing it. I don't think we need that to formalize that. We can still get to that, but we have been working on that through the years with that.
Okay, my very final question. How will you encourage the other Africans in the diaspora to come back to Africa?
No, I think it's very, very important. I think this is where the CAD initiative is so important, right? And again, you hear more about how it's been very helpful to the host institutions, right? They do benefit a lot. And as I said, to me, I do also learn a lot. But I think it's very important. It's a way of giving back, right? So I normally would encourage people to come back as a way of giving back. I mean, it doesn't have to be for 3 months. It can be 1 month. It can be 2 months, to a way of giving back to that. So I think the CAD initiative is very, very important. It allows us to bring some of the knowledge that we have acquired back to the continent, but also acquired knowledge from the continent. So it's two ways, right? So it's beneficial. It also allows us to assist in collaborative work, whether it's publication, research, initiatives, and that. I think, to me, the fact that it's an African who is in relationship with African scholars and that is very, very important, right? Because in the past, what you notice is that sometimes we don't even value our own experts, right? We value experts who are from other. So the fellowship initiative allows the validation of our own experts who come here and work with African colleagues and scholars and students, right? And deal with that, right? We do come, even as you saw today, I mean, having these formal lectures, the questions the students ask, right? It also helps you to, on your own work, right? Something that we don't talk about also is that, although it's a card fellowship that allows people to come to the continent, we also don't talk about the benefits that it gives to even still the North American context, right? Because when I come here and I hear some of these questions, some of these issues, it does affect the way I teach when I go back to Canada, right? So even although it's an issue that is supposed to benefit here, right, it does have benefits also for even the North American as well. We can't escape that, right? This is the way of our global world, right? That knowledge circulates, right? And that. So when I go, every time I go, I have to shape some of my course outlines from the knowledge that I've gained from here, right? And benefits. And also the students, even when they hear about some of these initiatives, they want to come. They want to come to that, to come and. Professor Kola and I are in this collaborative initiative where recently we went to the north talking about collaboration. One of the things we talked about was where, if it's possible, for some of these students who are in this African diaspora students who are in North America to even come to here, do some teaching workshops and that. So this is all part of the initiatives that come from these dialogues with that. So yes, so that's been.
Thank you very much, Professor
Thank you very much.
Nana Sifat-Twinebu-Ade, for being a trailblazer on the CARD Fellowship Program.
Yeah, thank you
We
very
hope to
much.
see you very soon again on this university campus.
Sure.
Take
Thank
care
you.
and God bless you.
Thank you.
And a good conversation, we always say, never ends. We can continue to talk and talk and talk. But this is how far time will allow us. Continue to stay tuned into AAU TV and be watching other interesting programs. Take care and bye.
Hello, beautiful people. You are live on a brand new episode of Ladies Digest, where issues in the world of women are discussed. Ladies Digest is proudly brought to you by AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. In today's episode, we'll be discussing family planning. And according to the United Nations Population Fund, family planning is one of the 10 biggest public health achievements in the 20th century. It is also a very, very fundamental human right. It also helps in reducing the risk of poverty and also helps in the move for the gender equality. Remember, you can join us on our social media handles at Ladies Digest on Instagram and on Facebook and YouTube at the Association of African Universities. After this time out, we'll meet our guests.
Welcome back from the short break, and as I introduced early on, we are discussing family planning, and I have my regular guest with me, Dr. Kwejo Wuswansa, to help us digest this issue. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you.
How has your week been?
Oh, it's been good.
Oh, okay,
Very
thank
good.
God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So today we are discussing family planning.
Yes.
And I've done a very, very brief, just an introduction of the word family planning according to the United Nations Food and Population Fund. But I would want to know, as I always say, for the lay person, if I come to you, how would you be able to explain family planning, the word family planning to me?
Okay, so family planning broadly refers to various interventions or methods that are aimed at, first of all, preventing pregnancies in a way that pregnancy is by choice, not by chance.
Choice, not by chance.
And the ultimate aim would be to space out the births in a family and then reduce the number of births. So ultimately, it will aim at reduction in population or population control.
Okay.
Which also helps in the long term for nation development. So you know you have a regulated amount of people. You have to look over a certain number of years. So yes, so there are various interventions that try to control birth or pregnancy. The same as contraception as well.
Okay, the same. Okay, so I would say that those are the basic goals and objectives.
The basic aims,
Oh, okay, okay. So if I come to you as a lady, as a couple with my partner, what are the different methods of family planning, and what are the I know there wouldn't be maybe the best method, but what are the things you would consider in selecting a particular family planning method for me? So I want to know the different methods and the factors that will be considered when selecting a particular method for a particular couple.
Okay, so first of all, there's the natural methods, which just take advantage of the fact that a woman is not fertile all month long.
Sure.
She's fertile for about 3 to 4 days, maybe 5 days in a month. So those are the other ones. And they have the modern methods, which are usually some chemical based or some scientific or medical intervention. So we have the hormonal base, which are just using estrogen and progesterone in form of either pills or injections, or in the form of an implant under your skin. Or we have that one, and we have the barrier methods, where basically condoms, which mechanically prevents the gametes, the sperm and egg, from meeting. Then we have the long-term ones, which can give you. So these are the condoms and the medications. Hormone medications are short-term.
Short-term,
and then you have long-term ones, which are maybe intrauterine device.
The IUDs.
IUDs, yeah. And then we have permanent ones, which means that you won't have babies naturally again. So those are the main broad categories. With regard to what would influence a choice, there is no perfect method. However, there's a method for everyone.
Okay, definitely.
So what happens is that you first of all need some counseling from your doctor. And they will start by, first of all, knowing what you know about, your knowledge about it already. If you have a previous use or exposure to it. Some people have used some method in the past. Even if it's natural or modern method, something in the past, that one. And then we'll get to know for what time duration are you looking at. Or maybe medically it's recommended that you hold conception for a certain period, particularly if, let's say, comorbid medical conditions, maybe diabetes has not well controlled, hypertension has not well controlled. We want to delay conception before. So there are scenarios where it will require that you have to take an intervention to prevent a pregnancy. So those are the factors that will be considered in the counseling session. Then again, you'll be counseled about the mechanism, how it works, the advantages of it, the duration that it will be. So if you're looking at, if somebody wants to withhold pregnancies for, let's say, 3 years, you factor that vis-a-vis her her presentation or her clinical history, and see what. Then finally, they tell you about the side effects.
Okay.
What to expect if you are using it. So generally, that's what goes into providing a method.
Okay.
Then after it's been provided for you, there's a follow-up period to see how well it's going. If you have any concerns, anything, up to a certain period of time. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess there's some of the side effects, or there are some cases where the side effects can be managed, or with the hope that it would maybe reduce, or there are times that if the side effect is too complex or too bad, they can remove it or try another method.
Well, it depends on the method you are using, but generally we counsel you about the side effects so you know that it's something that can occur.
Okay.
And sometimes if it's a mild side effect, a mild degree, and you've been counseled about it, you probably need just reassurance or nothing else.
Okay.
Because usually it's for a phase, it would
phase
ease out after some time. So yes, if you are counseled well, you handle it better.
Okay. So at what point should a couple, if I don't know if it should be before marriage or after marriage, at what point should a couple seek or consult their gynecologist for this? I know definitely it should be pre-conceptual period. So at what point should they consult their gynecologist with regards to family planning?
Okay, well, it depends on what the couple wants.
Yeah.
Some people, soon after getting married, don't have childbearing in the immediate plans.
Okay, that's
so
true.
yes, the couple can then seek out some contraceptive method to delay childbirth for the period. But typically, the discussion for family planning starts during the antenatal care. Someone is pregnant, and then we start. Most people who are not pregnant, never been pregnant before, are not very open to the contraception part, particularly if they are married. Because they are culturally they are looking for a baby, so contraception will not sell much with them. But usually, the WHO recommended time interval between births is about 2 years. Where you fully recover from the effect of the previous pregnancy. Particularly if you have complications, your blood pressure went up, blood sugar went up. You need to, the system has to recover in a way before you go on to another pregnancy. So then, contraception is actually for everyone in between pregnancies, ideally. So the counseling and the discussion for you to choose a method will start during your antenatal care. And then probably on your last trimester, the discussions will start, and then childbirth will come. There may be one first visit postnatal, the discussion goes on. Depending on if you still have questions, you haven't decided. Some people decide by childbirth, look, I want this method. So right after delivery, before you leave the hospital it's provided.
Oh, okay, I see.
So
just after birth.
Exactly. So it depends on how the discussion goes and then what you settle on. Some people too will need maybe 2 or 3 postnatal visits. They'll finally decide I want this. Some people also get counseling, never choose any, and then come back pregnant very soon. So there are different outcomes.
Okay, I see. So you mentioned some people leaving the hospital and they've done it. So it doesn't in any way distort or affect breastfeeding or?
No.
Okay.
Usually we factor all that in
before
making the choice for you.
Okay, that's very true.
So usually that's not.
Okay. So also as a side effect, I remember the case of a lady. I think she used the implant, the IUD, for I think 5 years or so, and she had just given birth, and she went to she had it, and she started having this irregular menstruation. She can have menses like twice a month, and the bleeding was very serious, and it was draining her. I don't think that would be a mild side effect. Would that be?
Well, it's a known side effect. So typically, the hormone-based methods, let's say what she had was the implants.
Yes.
So the implants, the pills, the birth control pills that we take, and then the injectable, the 3 monthly or monthly injections. they all, because of the hormone content, they all tend to give you a few side effects. Notably is the headaches, the mood swings, weight gain, and menstrual irregularities. These will counsel you that this was going to happen. Now, it depends. Yes, sometimes the side effects are the reason why people discontinue the method over some time because they can't deal with it. But usually it's recommended that once you fit it, we counsel you before that. So when it does start, you need to go. Remember I said there's a follow-up period after you've chosen a method. So during that period, all we are looking out for is how well it's sitting with you in terms of you handling the method. Then you discuss with your provider, whether a nurse or doctor, that this is what you're experiencing. They would observe, depending on the severity, they may want to wait out and see. Or if it bothers you that much, they may stop that method and counsel you and provide another method.
Okay, so let's dwell a bit on the natural family planning method. How is it carried out? How is it done? What are the do's and don'ts and the precautions to be taken?
Well, natural family method usually presumes, so the presumption is that you must have regular menstrual cycles. So that you can predict where your ovulation period is. That's like a prerequisite. So when that is done, usually there are several ways to it. People use, you could use a simple, this is the apps on your phones to help you. You input the first day of your flow, and they will calculate the dates for you. By 3 months, it gets the pattern right. People use also called cycle beads, where they use the beads to check the length of your cycle, to know when they are safe and all that. So what it does is you just have to know when you are safe and when you are not safe. Then you can time intercourse with when you are not safe. When you are safe, to prevent pregnancy, and you avoid intercourse when you are not safe. You could use other things like people use maybe their body temperature first in the morning, basal body temperature, to see when they are ovulating, so they can avoid or to use cervical mucus, the consistency of it, to see if it's thin and stretchy, you know you're ovulating. So that's the period where you avoid. You could also use it on the flip side to achieve conception as well. So
depending on what you...
So it's just using body natural signs. So it's natural because there are no external devices or medication or interventions involved.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how should I say effective will this method be, or will it depend on individuals?
Yes, it varies. The outcomes varies because you see, with every family planning method, there's something called typical use and a perfect use. The perfect use of a family planning, the perfect use is always much higher. The percentage success rate. The typical use is lower. The reason is that the perfect use presumes everything, all situations perfect, nothing, you know. But if it's a user-dependent method, like say the birth control pill, you need to take it same time every day in order to achieve the efficacy you want. A few hours delay could lead to ovulation and then failure and then you conceive.
That's true.
Exactly. So the perfect use presumes that the person is that religious and meticulous with the time.
With it,
which really is not practical.
Exactly.
With most human beings. So, depending on how if the method is a user-dependent method, then the typical use becomes what you look at. Typically, how people take maybe 2 pills a day or miss 1 or 2. That's what in reality happens. But the advantage of the other methods like the implant, the perfect use and the typical use is almost the same. Because the human factor is sort of taken off. You have a device that has a hormone loaded into a silicone implant or shell inside your body for 3 years. It works 24/7.
It's working for you.
Exactly. So your own interventions are not part of it. So that is likely to be more effective than a pill that you were taking
true.
every day.
Yeah, yeah. And also, I think normal, our bodies even change once in a while. And if, as a lady, you don't even understand your body, it may not be safe to go for the natural
Well, the
method.
natural presumes that you are very conversant, so you can predict your ovulation.
Okay. Okay.
If you are not the regular person, maybe your sky cycle can skip 2-3 months. Then that might not be for you.
Yes, sure.
So you need to know who you are and then for your setup.
Yeah. Okay, still on the natural method. Is this method accessible, or will it be accessible to every couple or every lady, or would there be some exception, maybe because of medical conditions or something? Would there be?
Well, usually at counseling, they start with that before they bring in the modern methods. Okay, so we will be told what to do. It has an appeal with some religious people.
Yes.
Because they don't feel certain devices
it's a sin.
are not exactly. So that's a big advantage. It has more religious and social cultural acceptance than the other modern methods. That's a big advantage for the natural ones. So usually you have a discussion with them, and then you get to know a preference from the couple that, we prefer that. But technically it's for everybody. But the big underlying thing is the couple must be well motivated.
That's true.
In order to have the outcome that you want. Because it's a natural thing. Willpower plays a huge role here. So if you are not willing, or you are not so much paying attention to a few things, you could have the outcome you don't want, which is a pregnancy.
That's true. And everything will be
so even though it's culturally very acceptable to a lot of people, you need a well-motivated couple to really get you the outcomes.
Follow it religiously and that's true. Okay, so we'll go for a quick break. Hey people, this has been Ladies Digest. In case you're just joining us, you can join us on our social media handles at Ladies Digest on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube at the Association of African Universities. We'll be right back. Welcome back, people, to Ladies Digest, and I'm still with my guest, Dr. Kweju Owusu-Ansah. So, Doc, this one is before we continue, I want to know if it's a myth or a fact. If is breastfeeding, or can breastfeeding be part of the natural family planning?
Oh yes,
it's
one of, we call that a lactation embryo method. So what happens is that if a mother delivers and is breastfeeding consistently and on demand. Emphasis on consistently and demand. Usually, certain hormones are high enough to prevent ovulation.
Hormones,
So in about 90% of women, that can prevent ovulation for about 4 to 6 months.
Wow.
From the time of delivery. It doesn't work everybody. You could do it as intensely as you want.
Like the baby-friendly thing.
By 6 weeks, 8 weeks, your period will return. Once your cycle returns, you are fertile again.
Wow.
So, but in most women, if you do it religiously, you get benefits for the 4 to 6 months. You're not likely to ovulate or have your cycles as well. So that gives some benefits. But after 4-6 months, its efficacy begins to wane. So you will need alternate methods in order to continue.
Okay, so it has to do with the hormones.
Yeah,
because I know. Okay, then I think we hear that the men feel that the women are breastfeeding, so they can't come close to the woman to have sex and all that. So I guess that's what I used to hear of then. Like
because of I think probably other factors may have been culturally. Usually, when you deliver, you leave home to your parents. So for some time, so probably that contributed to
and they felt
that exactly. But But that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, that's true. So that means it's a fact that it's.
Oh yes, yes.
It
has some benefits. Yeah.
Some benefits. Okay. So can family planning help in any way to reduce STIs or any related diseases?
Yes. So STIs, usually the method that works best for STIs is what we call the barrier methods.
Barrier. Okay.
Okay. Under which you have the condoms, the male condom and the female condom. Okay. So these are made of some form of rubber, or and then maybe latex or polyurethane like rubber, and it helps prevent. So it would prevent the gametes from meeting. That's the contraception part.
Sure.
And also prevents body fluid exchange or contact.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes. For STIs, the barrier methods are the 1, 2. The rest do not prevent STIs.
Okay. So let's talk about the side effects. I know each method would have its associated side effect, but what are the general side effects of this family planning, or you can help with for this natural method? These are the side effects for the IUD. What are the side effects for
natural? Usually may not have any side effects because it's your body.
Okay, that's true.
Invest has a high failure rate.
Yeah.
Because of, as I said earlier, if you're not well motivated or you're not paying attention to your cycle pattern, then you may miss a few things. So it may not have much side effects with the natural.
Okay.
The side effects comes with the modern methods. So top of the list, usually the hormone-based methods are the ones I mentioned earlier: the weight gain, the mood swings, menstrual irregularity, headaches. Those are the main ones. So we have the pills, we have the injectables, 3 monthly, 1 monthly. We have the implants under the skin. Those are probably the, I won't say problematic, but the most
with the higher
most complaints.
Then
we have the intrauterine device, which may also give you slightly heavy periods. Some will complain of discharges here and there, and cramping, particularly if it's fitted the first few days. So those are and then maybe some expulsions over time. For example, the IUD, it may expel itself or migrate. Those are potential complications. It doesn't happen often though. With that group.
So we've been talking about the woman. How is in any way can a man also can they also are there ways or techniques for men too?
For men, we are looking at first of all abstinence. If you are not doing anything, then it happens. They have condom use, which is the most common
for
method available for a man, and it takes a well-motivated man to use a condom anyway. So that's also another challenge. Then we have the permanent one, which is vasectomy, where some of the spermatic ducts are cut. So that is permanent. So it takes a lot of counseling and mental preparedness to go through that process.
But for that, maybe some side effects would just be the pain initially.
Initial pain, that's about it. But after that, it's fine.
I think there's also withdrawal. That one, it still takes a self-motivated man.
So the withdrawal too is another one. It's part of one of those natural for him. But then also self-motivated. So those natural ones require a very well-motivated person to get the outcomes.
That's very true. If not,
and that's what makes the failure rates higher and less reliable. So then, if you really want something to work, you are likely to look at the other methods, which may be more efficacious.
So I'll just read, this is our final one. I'll read the statistics from the UNFPH, which is the United Nations Populations Fund. It says that in the developing regions, an estimated 217 million women who want to avoid pregnancy are not using safe and effective family planning methods. So as a gynecologist, how would you enlighten us on some reasons or challenges causing the use of unsafe family planning methods?
Okay, so I think it's looking at what we call the unmet need of family planning. Where women who are in that reproductive age group wishing to have contraception or prevent pregnancy are not using
the
a method for
one.
1 or 2 reasons. And usually it could due to the availability of the method, the social cultural acceptance of it.
Sure.
Sometimes the cost. Okay, maybe it's available but it's expensive. Okay, so the key things are the social cultural acceptance, the availability, and the cost. Those are the key things, because sometimes it's available, but there's a whole, I won't say stigma, but there's a whole perception
about
of the society about
especially if a single lady is going to the hospital.
Exactly.
And
so,
you say you want it.
So that takes a lot of education and the counseling. That's why the counseling part is very important, because most people walk through your doors with a lot of misconceptions about family planning.
Yeah.
That you have to slowly discuss with them and dismantle it in a way in their minds that it works and everything.
Yeah.
And sometimes they over focus on people's bad experiences.
Yeah.
So in their minds they have a whole long list of bad experiences of all their friends, and never look at the plus, which is the fact that prevented pregnancy. Exactly. So that the counseling takes away. So you have a full open discussion in a very safe, maybe professional, discreet manner with all privacy applied. Then you explain to them what it does, And sometimes you look at the big picture here. You may have minor issues, but on the whole, it will help you, put you in control, so that there are no surprises.
Exactly.
You get pregnant when you want to, vis-a-vis the effect of raising children in modern economic times and all that. So there are methods usually from the availability, the cultural perceptions, and the cost of it. But generally, now a lot of donor agencies are funding the family planning thing. So it's available at not so high prices.
Okay, not so high prices.
And most centers, most hospitals have it. You can just walk into a center and then ask for it. If it's not that, you can get a nearby center that provides it. Most people with maternity services has a family planning unit as well. Also there. So it makes it, it's available all over. Availability in this country is not a problem, unless in very remote areas. But in most urban cities, towns, family planning is available.
So I think we should work more on the acceptance. And
so our biggest challenge is the acceptance. Because you tend to see a lot of people who know I'm not ready for a pregnancy and are very reluctant to use family planning as well.
That is it.
Yes, also, and the reasons are sometimes hard to try to decipher why they can't. But there's this deep misconception with mistrust for the methods.
Okay.
So it's that's the thing. So usually they would, I'll use a natural one, and then because a natural requires a motivated person. Along the way they fail. Then we are back to where you don't want to be.
And I think some also depend on, or they rather fall on the emergency.
Exactly. So there's a lot of reluctance to use a proper method. But see, if you find yourself using emergency pills on a regular basis, which then means that you have a need for a longer term contraception.
That is it.
But I've seen a lot of people who.
And what's your take on that? That emergency pill, is it really proper? As in for regular, because that's why I know it's emergency.
Emergency pill is just as the name says, it's an emergency. So it's for the scenario where you probably were ovulating and you had unprotected sex and you want to prevent a pregnancy. That's about it. It's not meant to use repeatedly.
Daily or even weekly or something.
No. So usually what happens is that repeated use will alter your menstrual cycles over some time, because you're introducing hormones at certain very frequent intervals. So usually once you are using emergency pills on a regular, you need proper counseling to look at
going for a better method.
But emergency is emergency. It has not in any way replaced
the different
a definitive contraceptive method. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming around today, and I guess our guests, our audience have really gained a lot, because I think this is a very important topic that people need to know about. So I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. This has been Ladies Digest. In case you just joined us, you've not missed anything, you can always go back to our social media handles to watch this clip, because it's a very important and enlightening production we had. Many thanks to my production team for making this production a success. I've been your host, Joan Ekuya Iyoha. Bye.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Eouan-Eilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaines. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement.
I am Nodumo Dlamini, the Director of ICT Services and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities is a network of 400 universities in Africa. The biggest value that the universities benefit from being members of the association is this big platform that allows them to collaborate, allows them to work together, allows them to teach together. Through this platform, a university in North Africa can work with a university in Southern Africa, and also those in East Africa can work with those in West Africa.
Founded November 1967 at a conference in Rabat, Morocco, by heads of African higher education institutions, the association is currently headquartered in Accra, Ghana.
My name is Maxwell Amo-Hoyt. I'm the Director of Finance of the Association of African Universities. The association sustains itself from contributions from member universities and also from other development partners. Some of our development partners include the World Bank, other governmental agencies like the Swedish International Development Agency, UK Department for International Development, and other partners. We also receive a lot of support from other governments, especially the government of Ghana. Other partners include the African Union, which is more or less the parent organization of the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities hosts the Secretariat for the African Union's Continental Education Strategy. And by so doing, we provide coordinating roles for the African Union in helping members achieve their targets.
Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, disons, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune à leurs problèmes. Et dans ce contexte-là, l'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. Well, universities that are not members of the AAU are missing quite a lot. First of all, let's appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent, the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training, human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum, au Soudan, où les chefs des institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member, representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.